anyways.
Select your god.
Let's try Mulan. I never got around to playing it. Back when, or when she was buffed here. So, let's try it now. Right. This enemy is kind of ass to deal with. I think I go Blink. Otherwise it might be too hard to gain distance here. I guess Thor as well. Right. No challenge. Hello, Nectura. I mean, I guess I have to go chalice now because the game decides I need to. Okay, great. Whatever. Should VIP you. I think my most loyal viewer actually is because me. But I'm not too sure. Could be anyone really. Maybe you're right, maybe it is you. Give my diamond icon. Does it look that good though? Is it really worth all the effort? I'll be more positive then. Isn't that just bribing? Trying to bribe me now? Bribing me with positivity. Unbelievable.
Well met.
Your left tower is under attack.
I might be able to kill here.
Careful. Friend, you are chock full of surprises.
It's just back.
Your middle tower is under attack, and the rain shall wash them away.
Let's even his beats. It's a fair exchange. I'm giving you what you want from me, and you'll be giving me partially. Only partially? Oh, so I see you're not even winning the trade here, but you will willingly give it up, huh? I'm just decent. Fair.
Enemy missing right strike.
No, he blocked himself too. Okay, so my 1's upgraded. I guess I just upgraded my 2 as well. Let's see. Nope. Not enough, I guess.
Fabuloso.
Tempted to ult, but don't really want to ult into tower. Well, he's a jungle? No, he's not. Why the fuck is the... What? Why is the mid laner here, basically? What the fuck? He must have been on, like, blue buff when I dove. What's happening? What's wrong with that? Everything is what's wrong with that.
Enemy missing left.
He's also losing a full wave. He's also Janus, though, so he probably just backed and TP'd. Or even just portaled himself all the way from solo to mid, because Janus portals are still stupid.
Your middle tower
Bro,
is under attack.
give him my upgraded 2. This sucks.
Tower is under attack.
Milan just doesn't feel right without the upgraded 2. Now it's upgraded.
Missing middle.
Close enough. If he stays, I should get him. I mean, I'll take it. You're still losing away for that. Hello, Dorev. Dorev. However you say it. Dorev.
Enemies in left lane. Be careful.
Just back and finish up Mystical. Tragic. Still getting the rocks though.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
That's revenge for showing up before. Now we're even. Now we've both been in places where we definitely shouldn't have been at that time. Fixed. Choose my next single player game. Well, give me some themes. Like what do you like? What do you do not like? Last time I said Hollow Knight, but I believe you don't like the somewhat difficult games, which is generally in my favorite genre of things. So. It's thighs. What, your name? Kind of like challenging open world games that let me explore, appreciate the views, and have a hint of RPG, I guess. I mean, if you haven't played The Witcher, then yeah, that's a good call. I mean, I still don't think Elden Ring is that difficult once you get into the flow of it. But yeah, I mean, Elden Ring is there if you do like a bit of a challenge, because obviously there will be a challenge.
Your middle
I only really think Elden Ring is really difficult in the beginning if you're not used to that type of game. But otherwise, they're really kind of chill. Like, Elden Ring is my chill game. I love that shit.
The crowd didn't spread. He had to be stopped.
If not for an Elden Ring, then I mean, as much hate as they are kind of getting, the Assassin's Creed games are good. Like, if you don't mind like a lot of open world slop, which there definitely can be some of, I still think they're pretty good games. Expedition 33 is a good one as well. That is more recent, but I honestly I just always assume people have played it at this point. Like, Expedition 33 has just kind of exploded this year. Drove all the Assassin's Creed games, played a bunch of Black Flag, never finished that one and stopped after. Gotcha. I mean, the actual like open world RPG games come in at Origins. You have Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, and then I have not played the newest one. I'm not sure I will, because I don't know. I guess I'll probably play it eventually, just because I do enjoy the Assassin's Creed games. But recently, like, I don't know, Ubisoft have been kind of stupid to listen to. I just don't really want to support the company that much. That's the main reason I don't really feel like I want to play it. That being said, the game is probably just completely fine, the new one. Despite the weird, like, controversy and issues that it had. probably still has.
Ultimate is down.
Enshrouded Valheim is also good options, yeah. They're more in the survival angle though than like RPGs, but I think they're good options as well.
Enemy missing right. On my way.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Missing too much shit here.
That's too bad.
Attack the Gold Fury. Attack the Gold Fury.
The rain shall wash them away. It's amazing. Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower.
The Gold Fury. I'll defend.
I need my fucking Houyi to go on gold.
Attack the Fury.
On my way. The rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Fucking Houyi wall thing stopped my knockup or something? The fuck was that? Let's go regrowth before I go anything else.
Need healing.
Love Valheim but not Enshrouded. I kind of felt the same. Like I think I just fell in love with Valheim more than Enshrouded. But I've played both, but not Enshrouded to its finish. Not yet, anyway. Fucking Giannis, bro. This character is so annoying to deal with.
Corruption spread.
Your left tower is under attack.
It had to be stopped.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, Expedition 33 is super fucking cheap. It's absolutely worth every single penny. Like, the same shit with Silksong, bro. Like, 20 like euros/dollars or whatever, or a game that, if you're really passionate about it, you're gonna spend like potentially 100 hours in. Fucking hell yeah, bro. Lies of P is really good too, but if you're looking for like an open world like RPG, then I don't know if I would say that's like Lies of P, but because that is just another Souls-like through and through. That is like Bloodborne as the biggest inspiration for that game, you know. But if you like stuff like that, then sure, Lies of P is amazing. That game is really good. Yeah, that's true. Jedi Survivor is good as well. That also has Souls-like elements too, in terms of gameplay elements. It's very Soulsy, but in done in like a a way where it's not hard, because there's also difficulty sliders and stuff. It's done quite well.
Enemy
Okay, so they have wards here. Good to know.
Rise to the sun's
Your
Nice
team
buffering on the one.
destroyed a left enemy tower.
Be careful, middle.
On my way.
Like parries in games, then yeah, I mean, then you probably like Lies of P. It's very, very, very parry heavy. You can probably get through that game without dodging at all. It's definitely leaning more into parries than dodging. I too like parries. It's also why I love Sekiro as much. Absolutely love Sekiro. Bro, my Ganesha is chunkin'. That's crazy.
You are truly godlike.
Attack middle lane.
On my way.
Why is Thor just running around in mid?
Attack.
Attack middle tower.
Bro, we can't just go mid them.
Wash them away. Your left tower.
I mean,
I'll defend left leg.
not too sure why my Huyi is just in mid instead of just defending his lane. We lost tier 2 for this shit. And we're just fucking up, bro. This is just a fucking classic. I back, my whole fucking team dies.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Exceptional.
Bro, what's wrong with my Huyi?
Okay. Defend left leg.
Ally has been slain. On my way. An enemy has been slain.
Like, bruh. Why is he pushing up and then dying?
Double kill. That was amazing.
Not to mention taking my fucking waves. Oh, the Ganesh is mid. That's why I'm confused.
Him away.
I couldn't fucking figure out where the hell he came from. My thighs folder? You have a thigh folder? That's crazy, bro. The real question is why? Which OSR right now? It's like 5.3.
Be careful.
If I reach the 80, I will instantly get a losing streak. That's the rule.
On my way.
In range to wash them away. Was amazing.
Ah, the enemy might actually have that one. They might know I'm here.
Attack the gold fuel. Enemies at the fire
Your
station.
middle tower is under attack.
No, they're not on fire.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like the sign right there. My radiance. Forth in gleaming shards.
Dude, you saw your fucking Giannis portals. Fucking shit's driving me fucking crazy. I'm trying to chase everything. There's fucking Giannis portals everywhere.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god. I don't know where my Gip's going.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Oh my god, dude, they're just playing the map. This is so boring, bro. I don't even know how that all fucking happened. Sucks. I need to 20. I want to finish my starter. I don't give a fuck about Nemean right now. Also, why am I against the duo queue though? Who's duo queuing on my team? Maybe no one?
Be careful.
Just the system that sucks. And we've all died. That's cool.
Fabuloso! Your middle tower is under attack.
That's really cool. See if I can stop them from getting a Phoenix, though the answer is probably not.
Tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing though.
Attack middle lane.
No, dude, my team are idiots. Just get a Phoenix for it. Oh, fucking hell, bro. Why?
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Enemy has been slain.
Yes. Attack middle lane.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Save yourself!
Attack fire giant.
They might both be dead. We'll see what happens.
Retreat!
Retreat. Oh, easy long sleep. I am sorry. Wash them away. Oh, my horrific! Shut down. We're speeding up.
Attack fire giant. Help!
Group up on my way!
We can still fucking start it. It's not like they're coming right now.
An ambush here.
Attack fire giant. Set up an ambush here.
Just kill them if they come in. Ball coming in, secure fire.
Destroyed the fire giant. That was amazing!
Middle lane.
Oh, that went pretty smooth.
Attack the Titan.
I'm not too sure what they were doing there. No one even hit me. My knee min was useless.
A great battle was fought.
Dude, Ganesha also really showed up. My Ganesha mid actually fucking pumped that game. Kinda surprised, to be real. Want to do something fun for stream? It very much depends on what that is. Maybe I might not find it fun, whatever it is you're suggesting. Go ahead and scroll through my games and pick the one I must play next. I have to sign in on the Steam fucking website. What the fuck am I not even logged in on it? That's strange. Do I even remember my Steam login? I don't think I do. Legitimately. I haven't looked into my Steam for so long. Is it just auto? I don't even know if I can do that, Nectura. Use a password manager? Yeah, I mean I could, but... Dude, it physically pains me to ban Suku because I want to play it so badly. But I also know how powerful it is, and I don't want to just give it away. It sucks. It sucks.
Select your god.
Alright, let me see if I can remember my fucking Steam password. It actually bothers me that I can't log in. Bruh, what is it? Oh my god, I also have to authenticate on my phone. Fucking hell. That is good though. Yes, sign me in. Okay. So I'm looking at you have 390 games. Like, why are you giving me a job, huh? Why do I have to go through all your games and tell you what to play? Can't you just name a few that you want to play the most and then, go through that? Huh? How about that? I told you it's a stream experience. What? Just going through your whole game list on Steam is a stream experience? Aren't you being a little bit, a little high on that horse at the moment, buddy? Oh yeah, I'm going non-aspect this time. Let's see how that goes. That way your whole chat is engaged. All 5 people. That's a little more than 5 at the moment, but... No, I get what you're saying, but... I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. What the fuck am I building? Do I just go Pendulum? Devos, maybe? I could try Devos builds.
I thirst only for death.
Devils, Dana. See how that goes.
Save this for later.
The first thing I saw on your list, though, was Smite, so... Maybe play some Smite. You could also play Borderlands 2 again. I noticed you had Borderlands. I assume there's a Borderlands 2 down there, too. Contacted my duo queue partner. Damn.
Minions have spawned.
He has more smite hours than me. I didn't see how long or how much he's been playing. Probably just have to sit back in this matchup. I don't really think, like, I can't box a fucking Yorm this early in the game. With or without aspect, that ain't happening. Maybe could have killed if I hit level 2.
Your left tower is under attack. Friend, you are chock full of surprises. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
This matchup is kind of just a lost cause either way. I don't really think I can do anything in this matchup. I gotta stop looking for the scythe pokes though. It ain't working. Why does Yorm look OP? Because it is in solo.
Enemy has been slain.
He's very good early game in solo. Unless you're into like something even more OP early than like CERN. Like CERN aspect will fuck up Yorm, but that's one of the few characters that's gonna do that this early. Like anything that has a constant damage output early on is gonna have pretty good clear, like Bologna as well, you know? I can't stop his clearing anyway, so it's a bit rough. Silence doesn't exactly work on it.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Enemy ult.
But once I have more damage,
Lucky ult down.
and at least an ult, that's when I'll have a chance.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can ult. We
Your time has come.
We're getting ganked. Watch out, Baron. Yeah, we are just leave.
Lucky ult. Good job.
How much we have in it? Loki beats down.
Enemy ult. That could have gotten awkward.
So very close. Once again though, can't fucking see his health when you're right next to him, so I wasn't sure if it was close or not. Maybe I could have inted more for it, but what can you do?
Ultimate is down.
Death's grip grows stronger.
I'll go Sanguine. Like, fuck it. What's the harm?
Ally has been slain.
We ult.
Ultimate is ready.
Ah, fucking Golden Blade stuff.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll cut you down.
At least without aspect, I have sustain, which does feel good.
Enemy missing.
You do have that, I suppose, with the aspect as well, but it just comes later with regrowth rather than it being in the kit itself.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And I missed. Should've just ulted. Ugh, this is such a boring matchup too, man.
Play your beads.
Tower is under attack.
Not really much I can do here.
I have no reach, we need to go on the thing. Or this one.
He didn't have his teleport on the 3.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, he just presses left click. Outboxes me as a result of it.
I'm building stacks.
Alright, have a nice meal, Nectura.
The rain shall wash them away. Your left tower is
Like,
under attack.
this often happens, I guess, for solo, but every single other character on the enemy team will not be an issue for me, but the one in my lane is. So annoying. Shit happens all the time.
I have Loki here. Can we group at speed?
On my way.
Watch out.
Ultimate is ready.
Watch now.
Enemy has been slain.
Try to insta-land.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Be careful.
The rain shall wash them away.
Loki beats on. Silla no ult. Loki ult down.
I have no mana.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Holy shit, I'm missing the easiest target in the entire game. That's so boring, man.
Be careful, left.
Be careful.
Ah, I'm pretty sure I was dead there either way. Without ult, I can't really get away. I should probably rotate. I'll have an easier time trying to gank someone than staying in my own lane.
On my way.
Oh, my tower, bro. And Dark being a little bitch as usual, whining.
The pyromancer.
Crying for the F6s, though I kinda understand in this one. If he's being invaded on his backcamps by the mid laner, I'll probably rage quit as a jungler too.
Hey, jump. Yes, no jump.
Why am I taking blue anyway?
Spotted.
Enemy missing.
I mean, in reality, without trolling here, I actually do think we win this game.
Has been slain.
Why is so many?
It's all 5 here.
Oh, easy wrong team. I am sorry.
They're gonna be on gold.
I mean, I called he was gonna rotate, so don't put that one on me this time.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
At an ult. They're chasing you, Pablo.
No.
Your right tower is under attack.
People just always have to blame something. There's no way it's their own fault, right?
Okay.
Absolutely no way. How could it be?
Can you help me or?
I have to get cooldown though. My cooldown is so fucking tragic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I did try a different build in this one, which is probably a mistake, because if I usually just... well, as I usually do, I rush Pendulum. Because then it does feel pretty rough, especially if you miss a scythe, and you don't have another scythe for like, what, 10 seconds or some shit? How can you fight back? So Pendulum at least helps in that aspect. But... still kind of keeping up in form though, should be okay. But some people just care too much about the wins.
Are you ganking or? I can just gain taunted on CD. Can you just baron on someone?
Your right tower is under attack.
I have no eyes on who you. Watch out on me. Look, he's here. Athena's here.
Laughing the skin is so silly.
Oh, they are pushing. Who is here? Who is here? He's coming to you on mid.
The rain shall wash them away.
I'm on my way. Watch out, who are you gonna be there before me?
Yorm is gonna be here, he's a bit poked.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Come on.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I was hoping my one was gonna be up in time.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Felt like that was a cooldown diff once again. Don't think well, I'll still die probably, but with Scythe up at least I have a chance of fighting back. Especially if he just jumps me.
See la vis.
Gaming has changed, everyone is an entitled bitch today. Pretty much. Yeah, you ain't wrong.
Your right tower is under attack.
It still will always be funny to me though, that people act that way. Especially, and this may sound weird, especially if they have competitive experience. If you're playing like a normal rank game and you're raging your mind out, that's insane to me. I think everyone has like a breaking point, so I think it's fair. Like, I'm not saying I don't do that sometimes, because I definitely do, right? I get mad. Get real mad sometimes.
Fabuloso.
Still ult, Athena ult, we ult.
I know it's still an old.
Just gonna TP him.
Your middle tower is under
You're my TP, I don't have TP.
Luke can right, he's on the bush, he's on the bush.
Fuck it. He's behind.
My arm is there, I think so.
Boys, I did call he was gonna TP.
Lucky beast.
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, what, are we just not listening?
They're all together. Let them tell you.
They were dead.
Yeah, they're on gold.
Five Cant.
Nice.
Bro, I'm trying to fucking get my shit off. Nothing's going off. At least I finally have some cooldown.
Kinda on.
Progress.
Enemy has been slain.
Can we pull it, maybe? I'm not sure.
We'll
Still
block
has
the
all.
farm comes in.
Yeah, yeah. No, just walk off.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
They're on gold again.
Still in red.
Yeah, I think I'll down, I think.
Escape death.
Yarmis is here. Oh,
Yeah, I'll push up left. I need some farm.
I'll cut you down.
I'm backing off. I'm on my way, man.
Escape death. Your souls to me.
I'm rotating down now.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll cut you down.
Celebrate.
Does she have
Got
dash?
some dash. No dash.
That's for ult.
Attack! So you keep going on her. Oh, well, I
He's
guess.
1 HP. He has fate rounds. No jump.
Yeah, no, I couldn't go on her when she hit the thing ult on her.
I mean, she was on ult. She either fires it or runs.
Yeah, but I had nothing. I just used everything on Loki. So all I could do was land on her. And we got her ult for free, so I thought that was fine.
They use Thunder on speed.
That's just not a good chase, to be honest. Kinda got baited by going back in. I used everything I had, just to get Loki.
They're heading to gold, I think.
I gotta grab some more still. Alright, I need Titans next.
Your souls to me.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I need 400 for starter. Baron is dead.
Oh, easy wrong team. I'm sorry.
We definitely do like a front line in this game, with me also playing Thana.
Push right if they go on FG.
Have fun.
Oh, he is here.
Cut your life strings. I'll cut you down.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack. Defend the fire giant.
TPing left.
Well met.
I can ult that.
Still all down, Athena all down. Loki in the mid. In the mid. That's still good. That's huge. I'll be the sacrificial lamb for that. Get some kind of initiate out.
Middle enemy tower.
Loki was right jungle.
He should still have ult.
Still on that.
Scylla has no ult
We
though.
get the Phoenix, I think. Need
And
them
tank.
as well. Loki behind me, somewhere here.
You're alone.
He's doing this.
10 TP though.
That should be fine. I'm gonna back. I'm backing.
Cut your life string. With you.
Group up.
He's alone there.
I can go on him if you want to bait him.
Is under attack.
Yeah, but you're far.
He's still coming down here. He's in lane.
Loki
Yeah,
right.
Athena will ult. Yeah, we can kill him. I think.
Ally has left the game.
We push.
Not possible here.
Am I DC or not?
I need help. Yeah.
Why could we still hear him?
Awesome. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
They don't have minions, so like I don't think they get this. Surely.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
You wanna chase it?
Yeah, we can chase him.
My ult's up in 20. I can't go too close. That's taunt.
Wash them away.
I say I can't go too close, and I instantly get taunted. Fucking hell, bro.
Scylla beads, I can ult.
Good thing she was alone on it for the most part in the beginning.
Maybe we kill Athena?
I'm on my way.
You move like a jaguar.
We can do both of that.
Yeah, we can take tier 1 too, I think.
Yeah, we
Wait.
can do that as well. Oh,
I mean, yeah, just
Scylla-
two people push,
Scylla
two
back.
people do gold.
yeah.
Can you tank a bit?
Yeah.
Okay, Scylla's here too.
I have 0 mana. I have 0 mana.
Yeah, I didn't realize Scylla was here as well.
Yeah, we got golden tower, that's good, and we wanna have a great fight, so.
My fucking sucks. It's like I'm just gonna go on Hui because he's alone here, but never mind. We never have any
Still
vision.
ice here. Carry mid, carry.
Yeah, we need a lot more vision here as well. We keep getting ambushed by Scylla for some reason.
They're going on pyro, I think.
If they get pyro, this tower will be hit, so I think it's
I'm
fine.
just fucking dying every
Yeah,
fight,
yeah.
bro. Literally just walking in somewhere, getting hit by some random taunt or Silo 1 or some shit, then dying.
Has destroyed the pyro.
Yeah, we just need to oh, Fanny's got hit.
What?
Carry.
I'm spawning soon, boys.
Oh, you beat. Someone else on left jungle.
Yarmy's coming your way, and Latino. Just retreat.
Lay here like a babe. An enemy has been slain.
I'm on HP. I'm gonna back and TP left.
They're on red. I have lucky. I have ult.
I think.
They're pretty
can
poked.
fight
I think we fight this.
I just don't have beats.
Do we know where they are?
No.
I'm not with you. Oh, watch out.
You're alone, bro.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
This is probably warded. Yarn in the ground.
Okay, I guess I'm just getting one shot. I think that's still ult though. 1.3k still a fucking ult, bro. While in my old animation, that's so tragic.
Your left tower is under attack.
It does suck that we just the general lag initiate in this one.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
I guess when I play Thanos solo though, I probably still have to go for the aspect. It's probably kind of it's the vibes I'm getting from this. It's either that or I still build tank.
Free your soul.
Are still on after you.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah, I can see he's low on fire. I'm pinging him on the map.
Someone behind me. Yeah, I see. Okay, but
The pyro has
I'm
arrived.
trying to get there, I'm fast at least.
where did she come from? What is this?
They're both back and I don't think I make it.
I challenge you. Hell awaits you.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Zilla dashed.
It's not possible.
I'm just useless as Yorm, I literally can't play into it.
Still a dash down, still all down. They got top G.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Guess we lose regardless.
This one.
I think they will push right.
Kinda down to surrender this one, but I guess other people aren't.
Tina hole left.
This game definitely would be easier if
Let's
I
get
weren't
back
the one
on.
who kind of had to initiate in these fights. We don't have anyone else who can. We can look for like quick pickups with like Susanna pulls and
Lucky right.
potential poke with the Scylla or Baron 3s or something like that.
I
But
think Aten ulted
Your
him.
right Phoenix is under attack.
The army's coming to how in left.
Very strong. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
I'm coming left.
fucking almost one-shots me just with his one.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Push right wave.
Where is the Scylla?
Just do gold first. The right wave isn't gonna do anything.
On my way.
Cut your life string.
They have the Oracle here though.
Souls to me.
Still no beats.
I need help on this.
Your molt.
I'm on entry.
Athena ult down.
I need to heal.
Fucking Athena ult saved them again. I don't fucking believe it.
I know what you're saying.
This Athena ult is so boring to deal with. Scylla ult and Athena ult down. I mean, not having a Hydras does
They'll
actually
do Pyro,
suck
right?
for me. Probably do need to go Hydras. The Athena ult shield is so fucking huge as well.
I don't pyro.
It's fucking insane.
Your right Phoenix is under
Oh
attack.
man.
Can I pick her?
Can we kill him?
Been destroyed. The enemy
She has no
Phoenix
beats.
destroyed the pirate. Your left Phoenix is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Attack middle lane.
So
Attack
disgusting.
middle lane. Attack middle lane.
Yes.
They might die if they've left one as well. I'm gonna ward.
Yeah, let's push mid. And he dies on Loki.
My charge is down for 30 seconds.
Loki's in right.
Oh, yeah, he's on right.
Athena's on the left somewhere. I heard her taunt. Or her dash.
Enemy spotted. Switch it up.
You're almost like 40%.
I think we still play around mid.
He's lucky hawk.
I got the Phoenix. We can reach. Scylla's up, Scylla's up.
Cut your life string.
I think we get right tower or left tower and reset.
I need to heal up somewhere.
I have enough
Guess I'm
for
not
a
healing
free
on that.
kill pot as well. We can go FG. We can just play it same.
I'll cut you down.
Okay.
Fall back, fall back.
Let's back off. Oh man. Nice, that's huge.
Fall back.
Normal. Nice.
Nice job. I
Big.
think I just get out them.
Good job.
I'm lucky he didn't 3 in time.
I didn't even hear his fucking stealth.
Yeah, it's really hard to hear in Smite too. Yeah, my one hits for a lot, but it's late game Thana. And especially on a front line as well. Like, it does a certain amount of percentage damage, so... So if I hit Athena or the Yorm, it's gonna do a lot of damage. If I hit a carry, then it's gonna do maybe like 700 or 800 damage as well. So it's still pretty good. It hit Hui for like 690 or something like that. It's still quite nice. They just have such an anti-melee comp that it's hard for me to go on any of them. Especially because like, I can't... Athena keeps looking for me, it feels like. I guess it's because she knows I don't have beats. So I'm just a free kill if I get taunted. But it doesn't change the fact that it's so fucking annoying for me to deal with.
I have a sentry. Athena dashed here. I might do pyro just to get the right phoenix. She's charging.
Scylla is over there too. Like here.
Let me get 5 legendary. We can just.
They're on
hold
pyro,
the
they're on
left
pyro,
for
they're on
this.
pyro.
Can we just
8K.
poke the front line?
The arm is 1 HP.
They're doing.
I got 1 shot. Salal down. Nice. Local down. 3 beats. Nice, big. Who you behind? Who you jump down? He jumped. He has a speed though. Nice, he dies.
Good job.
Good day.
Yeah, that's enough time to end, so that should be easy enough. That's a hard fucking game though.
I got knocked up by the fucking Hui ult into a Scylla ult.
I mean, dude, their comp is so anti-melee, it's insane. I can't do shit into their comp. I get my combo off, I'm dead. That's all I can do.
Nice, good job.
Let's see how little damage I did this game. Kinda curious. I got off some decent poke
Victory.
in some fights, but like, I don't think I did more than maybe like, at absolute max, like 1k during a single fight. Yeah, it was pretty rough. I do feel bad for Dutch. She had a really good game in this one. He was definitely carrying them for a lot of this game. Just getting some easy one-shots. I'm rank 5 on Mulan. Have I played her that much? Guess so. Damn, this one's kind of sick though. I'm sad my ult didn't reach in the last team fight too. Because I could have hit both their carries. And both Scylla and Huyi. And then, I mean, not that it mattered, because the second I even went on them, I got Loki ulted. Though luckily, I hit my scythe for 800 on the Loki before I died. That was good enough. Yeah, that was a rough one. You guys definitely should have had this game in the back. Don't worry, it wasn't very fun on our side either. Dark was tilted throughout that whole game. Which is fair, but like... There's a limit to how much you should be tilted when there's still a chance in the game. I always lose when I try. I know how you feel, Dutch. I completely get how you feel. Like, I'm playing randomly Thana and Mulan, and I've been winning both my games today, so... Who's in queue? Dark, Aim Blue, Dutch was there, CB is in queue. Like, the queue isn't bad, but it also isn't, like, amazing. Ram is in the queue. We'll see if Dark and Aim Blue are still playing. You're not in this one? Fair enough, CB. Only so much exploded gameplay I can take. No, that's fair. I swear, whenever you run it down, you win and get a decent game. Yeah, pretty much. That is, and in fact, what happens a lot of my games too. Let's get that name out.
Select your god.
I'll play Kali. Kali. Now I should be okay. You can get it if you want it. I don't mind. Guess I'll play something else if this guy wants Kali. We've dodged. Also, just as a heads up, I'm not too sure how long my stream will be today, because I do feel kind of ill. Stomach ain't feeling so hot today. So I don't know how long I'll keep going for. Just for health reasons, like I shouldn't sit in front of my PC, I should probably go lay down a bit. At least 12 hours. I also feel after exploding it. Yeah, no, you guys definitely should have won that game. 100%. Ah, shit. Fucked up. I could have ended that round. Ooh, drama. I think we're just all joining on the beef, right? Just trash talk each other. No filters. Everything on the table. Tell me how shit my Thana was. Bibs in the queue? Damn. We got a wild card. I'll leave it in Fate's hands. Damn, Dutch, I didn't know! You never told me you were sucking ass. Oof, Dutch getting auto-modded. Who's better, Bibitch or me on solo? It's definitely Bibitch, man. No one's better than Bibitch. He's the GOAT. Everyone knows it. I'm actually pretty sure that Bibitch is the best player that ever existed in Smite. Agree. Are you Bibitch? Total? Are you Bibitch in disguise? Or are you just a fan? Yeah, Bib teach to Benji and Deathwalker. I heard so too. A true mentor. Bro, why is this queue so long? It's been past 5 minutes now. The danger zone. Yep, it's not secret anymore. That's fair. Maybe it never was. Okay, what have we got? I'm actually so exhausted. I don't know what the fuck to play, man. It's always so boring at the moment. Though I guess it's not really the role. Just all the gods. We're binding on her now. Cuckoo's always broken. Potentially, yeah. Potentially. Though probably not. I think Cuckoo is broken in general. I don't think he is in solo, though. I do think in solo, you do kind of need a decently good early game. But if you can get through that early game, then yeah, sure, you're golden. Play one Bacchus game, but Bacchus is also boring. I don't like Bacchus very much right now. Tell that to Snot. I mean, if he plays it solo in this matchup, he's probably going to be okay for the most part. Only Cuckoo that is good is Snot. Well, I kind of take offense to that. I don't play it that much at the moment, but I used to play a lot of Cuckoo in Smite too. I made it work. Though I don't think I can take as much credit as Snot has. Snotty is kind of making a name for himself on the snake. Snot is fucking ass on Cuckoo. Is he though? And we've dodged. I finally got Tsukuyomi and we're dodging. Kind of a snooze. I'm taking that Kukulkan myself now. If Suku gets banned, I'm playing Kukulkan. Beat him with a 210 ROM. That's the thing with Kukulkan, right? There's always a chance that he's gonna lose the 1v1. Same thing with Ra. Because there's somewhat skill-based characters. Though I think Ra becomes less of one. Full late game where you can just fucking one-shot everyone with your 2, but... I think there's always chance for some outplay. It's clear is insane, no? I mean, it's good, but the issue is you can't fight as Kukulkan early in solo. So if you're against something that can fight, they can just run at you without really having any issues. You might have good wave clear, but if you can't fight back, then you're just gonna lose all your farm. Oh, like back camps and stuff, but I don't think that's a huge deal at the moment in Smite 2. I think solo is pretty chill to farm in. I exploded. Appreciate the prime. Like, generally on Kukulkan, you will probably struggle into something that can easily force beats. Right now, you definitely generally want Aegis, I think, on most backliners. But if you're into like a Mordred or like a Thor, shit like that, right? That will just CC you to death, essentially, then you might struggle quite a bit in lane. If the soul laner takes advantage of you not having beats. And even if you do have beats, it's going to be very easy to force them. Hello, Nectora. Why do all these bosses have to do 1,000,000 damage? Okay, bro. My damage is ass this time around. I don't have any poison. I don't have any fucking shifts. What have I even been doing?
Select your god.
Do I go for the 5 region? Let's just do that actually. One of your friends is joining an early stage startup. Given my resume, nice man. Surely that works out for you. I believe. Oh, bro. So much damage. Lessen the impact. Man, my card's ass in this round. If I end up joining them and got a decent enough compensation, I'll subscribe to your channel. That's okay, man. Save your money. I don't recommend subscribing to my channel. I don't need the money, okay? I'm fine. I stream purely because I like interacting with you guys. And I might as well do it while I play Smite anyway. I can recommend subbing to me. Like, I'll never say no to it, because it's still just free money, but realistically you shouldn't. Do I want to take the damage? I don't. You don't want $3. I don't know, not really. I will admit I'm not in need of $3 at the moment. The only day I will maybe say feel free to give me is on the 25th, when I'm planning on streaming at least, where it's my birthday. Then sure, I'll accept it. But generally, I don't recommend subbing to me, alright? Speaking of the 25th, I can't believe they decided to release Hades 2 1.0 finally on my birthday. I'll definitely be doing that. I mean, that's Bib on the Nem. Of all things to meet, Nem is pretty rough. I think I go stacking. This is like my third time playing Tsukuyomi, so I don't really know how this is gonna go. This character is fucking never open. What a gift. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really been looking forward to Hades too. And I've been really struggling at times when I've been looking for new games to play, and every time Hades pops up, like, I'm still here. It's not the full game, but you can play it right now if you want to. Like, oh, I want to play the full game. Don't tempt me. But yeah, I'm glad it's coming out. Got a bad birthday present 2 years ago. Microsoft hired me on my birthday. They fired you 4 months later. I mean, it is what it is, right? What can you really do? Why did they fire you though? Was it just like random layoffs, or what? Were you being stupid? Were you an idiot? Did you do bad stuff? No, I don't want to fight. Not interested. Yes.
This won't miss. Be careful.
Very good. I missed 1 creep. That still sucks. Wow. It's the easiest first part of my life.
You have fulfilled expectations. An enemy has left the game.
He did DC. What could I have done? He was gonna die to creeps anyway.
That was favorable.
Skill diff there, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he must have crashed. That is a bit unfortunate.
Okay. That's too bad.
Did he DC a rage quit? He definitely DC'd. He was just standing in the creeps. He was pretty low, I might have killed him anyway, but... Pretty sure it was a DC. Like, all I had to do was kill like 1 or 2 more creeps, I would hit level 3 and I would have chased him down anyway, but... My bad, besides... If that wasn't the case.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't want to disrespect Bib like that. But I might have. Don't think my 2 was gonna miss that.
Your left tower is under attack.
He did pick Nemesis. That's actually a good point, yeah.
Wash them away.
That is a pretty good point.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in middle lane.
This won't miss.
Savagery has been eliminated. With that threat taken care of, it's time to get to work. Savagery has been eliminated.
while it can definitely be annoying to listen to all these voice lines when you kill the firebrands, it's still pretty cool to hear all the voice lines they have about killing like boss enemies. Like I've heard voice lines I've never heard in this game, just because I maybe have never last hit a boss enemy on some characters. I don't mind that. I appreciate that stuff. No, tower, chill.
Watch your step.
Completed.
Under attack. Be careful, enemy missing. Retreat. This
Maran's coming to you on right.
It's 1 HP. Oh well. Gotta get some cooldown. The fuck are the mid laners doing in my lane? What happening?
Your right
Mid lane not
tower
interesting
is under
enough?
attack. Ultimate is ready. Gank left lane.
Someone needs
Suku
some
is
good
nice into their combo at least.
full wave.
Your left tower
Can you
is
jump?
under attack.
Like both Urla and Merlin having no CC moves in their kits will definitely help when I go on them.
An enemy has been slain.
Careful though.
Be right back. Your middle tower is under attack.
What is this? More game.
Getsu, boom.
His icon is
I'll
lower
keep
quality. Damn. Who made all these icons, by the way? Did you make them because of me, or is someone else adding them?
Watch your step.
You enjoy the Demon Hunter gameplay? It's pretty fun. I
Can we wait for
do.
Yes.
easy?
I can TP left.
Be careful, enemy missing.
On my way.
It's 4 people. Down, down.
I'm coming again.
That was the roll down.
Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
Go, go.
Huge damage. Dude, all this so disorienting when you actually hit a lot of people. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm so confused. Where am I? Where? It's happening. But I worked down.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Let's go Pendulum. I always debate between Pendulum and Jotuns. I think Jotuns is better on something like Thana, where you have like a high, like, I guess just damage output and one-shot potential. But I think on Suku it's... I don't know, it's just nice to have Pendulum, man, because she's such a high poke character. Pendulum just feels good when you can poke a bit more often.
No problem.
That threat taken care of, it's time to get to work. Savagery has been eliminated.
Ultimate is ready. Gank right on my
They have TP to lane. They're going right, Marilyn and Athena.
They're already on me.
I thought people were gonna be right.
Just
so
fall
run
back
to
and
the
right.
tower.
You might have been... he was so slow on it.
Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, what's with these fucking rotations as well? I guess that's my tower down. I think I misplayed that. I didn't realize Thor was in the air. I tried to get my ult off in time, and you might have heard the sound go off too, but no buffering on that.
Has been destroyed.
That's really tragic. If I got my ult off, I don't think I die. And I should have the Nemesis with me. Actually, well, it is an aspect nem actually, so probably not, but... at least I would have gotten an ult out of her.
Magetsu burns right.
Your left tower is under attack.
They're going to red.
Enemy missing right.
Athena here.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies have returned to base.
Gank left lane.
They're coming left. They're coming left.
Has been slain.
Never mind.
Nowhere to hide.
Marilyn beats the ult.
Settle this mine. It's a dramatic exit.
Just always has something to throw on.
Has arrived.
Oopsie daisy.
The rain shall wash them away.
Curses.
On my way.
Tried to get there in time.
On the mission.
Splendid job.
Goodbye.
Marilyn no beats.
Yeah, I don't think we can do much.
Oh, that's good.
That threat taken care of, it's time to get to work. Savagery has been eliminated.
Savagery
With
has
that
been
threat taken
eliminated.
care of, it's time to get to work.
He's kind of monotone.
They did vision right now.
Your left tower is under attack. Gank left lane.
Athena and me.
Missing right.
Torult coming, Janos. Yeah, that's the roll down.
No problem.
Magetsu burn bright.
Athena in bush. She's rotating here.
Enemy missing.
Bounce down.
No vision on them, boys.
Enemies
Athena ult, Athena ult.
Magetsu burn bright.
Okay, name is left. They're coming left. Just run.
Oh, easy run,
All 5 in left.
We need to defend gold then.
Yeah. They on it, they started. It's 2k. I'm on me. Follow me, I have shot.
Bro, how much can I bait? Dude, all the fucking TPing and shit as well just made that so disorienting. No, I mean, I guess we're like 2 people down there, so we gotta get some more wards, guys, around mid so we can see rotations. There's so many good strength items, man. So much shit I want to buy. Why does that guy sound like he's in like a submarine? like a speaker from downtown submarines.
Total.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Missing mid. They might be on gold, you know. They're on oracles. Yeah, I don't know.
They're all on me, bro. It's literally 4 people in right. They're just gonna TP, it's too late now.
Can I kill this Athena?
Oh, my sensitivity is all fucked.
She got.
Like, Merlin just randomly rotating around should not be happening this much. He's just fucking in solo for no reason.
I don't know.
When Thor showed up, I probably figured I was cooked, so I tried to get out by TPing to him. They're on fire, guys. That's huge.
I rolled. Holy s. Let's run.
Yeah, good steal. Like, we have fire on 3 people at least.
Thank you.
And they're going gold.
and I
Yeah, I think we
had
stopped
it.
them on gold though. We don't want to give them gold for free.
And I'm backed to base. I think they're not doing it, but yeah.
Then we can just start it.
Yeah, we can start it.
On my way.
Look to fight here then, if she's walking in.
Watch out from Thor.
Let's start beats down. Follow me, I have shot.
Alright, just go back on gold. Urler is 1 HP.
Oh, that was, yeah, he's back.
Marlink.
Behind your bed.
Okay, dude, he went for the axe on you and hit me instead. That's fucking horseshit. I don't believe it. What the fuck is that, man? Janos portals out, I get hit in the face with an axe.
No.
Just go on Uller, he's alone. Merlin beats as well. It's going well. At least they're using a lot of stuff on me. Huge fucking Thor ult.
Oh my god.
That's unfortunate.
I'm dead, I'm dead.
I had no beats.
Can we do Pyro? So we spray for both, maybe?
What a dumb game this has been already.
Destroyed the pyromancer.
Thanks.
Merlin no beats, Ullr no beats too.
The enemy team has destroyed the Ghost Fury.
Like, I'm just exactly not... Like, it just feels like I'm kind of playing alone on their back, though. For some of these fights so far. Not that Fan is playing bad by any means, but every time I go in, I'm always, like, versus Ullr and Merlin. We just need to play around each other more when we initiate. Like, Thana, Suku should not be losing in any way, shape, or form in these exchangements.
Be careful.
Nemesis is going mid, guys, be careful.
Retreat.
Yeah, don't fight this, guys. We're one man down.
Told.
I don't know.
Be careful.
Just retreat. Now he's hit. I'm off. Now.
Okay, I mean, I thought we were going in, boys. They're so out of position, we just let them do whatever they want. It's too late now, get out if you can. Just save fire. My bad, I guess.
I'm dead now.
I feel like we're literally just letting them walk in. And doing whatever the fuck they want. Like how we're not killing the Nem that just ulted, who is incredibly out of position. Dutch once exploded so badly. He uses inting.
Can we defend, maybe?
I think you should at least just try. If it looks bad, just get out.
Okay. Oh, maybe they're not. Right?
They probably have a ward on you on Huyi.
Wait a minute.
Don't fight him, he has contagion. You're doing more damage to yourself than you are to him.
Your middle tower has been
Yeah, but I come back anytime I want, so...
Heaven.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna get beats.
Strike. Ultimate is down. Magetsu burns light.
What is this man doing?
Go for Thor. Might be ulting.
It's fine, just get out.
Can we force Pyro? Oh yes.
That's his beats as well.
Hello.
Follow me.
They just have so much fucking CC. I keep getting taunted.
Yeah.
If it's not Thorwall, like it's a taunt, and I'm playing a melee character with no jump or dash. I just can't get away from anything. It's like playing fucking Thana like before. What's with Athena being picked so much today? It's fucking annoying ass character. Why did I pick up this bomb?
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm so shit now.
You have my forgiveness.
Can you still see them on fire? Are they any low?
Yeah.
Okay, just keep going then.
And that's really low. He's an execution range.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Unlucky.
Well, I jumped. Nemesis behind
Bye.
you.
This won't benefit.
Yeah, bro.
Enemy has been slain.
Nemesis. Yeah, bro. She beats. Nice. Good.
Push right. We have wave.
I will push a bit.
We still need to be careful with Thorn, Merlin.
Merlin,
I'll
yeah.
probably shoot back.
I have the eye of the jungle.
Yeah, careful for some torvalds. Yeah, they're mid.
They're both mid. I think you guys should be fine and right. I'm gonna back anyway. They are coming though, so keep an eye out.
Not on this come to you,
They are
right?
coming, they are coming.
Yeah, maybe teleport to left and take a tier 1 left.
You can start up gold though.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Thorin right.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
That was an ambi. Push.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'm gonna back. They will do pyro, I think.
Magetsu, burn bright.
On my way.
Really want to finish my starter.
Ultimate is
Watch your step.
He's baiting.
Yeah, they're looking for a fight. Athena and Thor on the right.
Sorry, Arnold. What is here?
They're mid.
Nemon, right?
Shigetsu, strike.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Magetsu, burn bright.
Athena ult down.
All
Nim is
up
half.
Don't have sprints. No rules, no.
Let me tip the scale. The guilty always fall.
He's still there.
Yeah, she has no ult.
Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Oh my god. Get him.
I think I dash.
Just get out if you can. This isn't really good.
But I'm dead.
Nice, good job. And he missed jump. That sucks.
Nah, I got it too. I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry.
Been destroyed. Get in the shaka! You get it? Your
Is it game?
is under attack.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, game. Yeah.
Phoenix has been destroyed.
That just sucks, dude. We're just in the back here getting fucked up by Nim and we're not turning on her. She's just so out of position. I fucked up though. I thought I could poke it a little bit and still keep my distance, but... I might ban Athena, bro. I'm really tired of this character today already.
Defeat.
Like as a frontline, or just someone plays a melee character, it's fucking hard to play into fucking Athena. It's so boring. It's not even just the taunts. The ultimate saving people as well is so annoying. That extra shield is so big. Yeah, it still sucks. Could have definitely positioned myself better that last fight. Miss everything and run it down and just win? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's just... Yeah. Not really much to do when... Like, I don't think Ganesh played bad, but we just didn't have we didn't have any initiate in our team comp. Like, we have Thana at best with the ultimate to initiate, but once again, it feels like... I mean, I get it, though I'm playing weird things in solo, but still, we just never have an initiation support in my team today, it feels like. Just need someone who can actually force a fight. But in this case, we kind of could have. We could have just kept poking, but we didn't really play around the poke. We just kind of got initiated on. And then I fucked up in that last team fight. I could have played it better. That one's on me. I don't think I was gonna actually die. I was keeping my distance. I got his ult though. Yeah. I think Hoye played it well. He just shouldn't have jumped in, or at least if he jumped in, he's gotta make sure that he actually hits it. Then he would be probably okay, potentially. But even then, like, if he survives, they don't really end. But greed. Greed is our worst enemy. We can't help it. This is looking kinda grim though. My build is so fucking shit. Congrats, your stream is the most interesting Smite stream at the moment. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I guess it is, in a way. But also, I could be the only Smite streamer active at the moment, for all I know. But thanks, man. Ducky, Woofy, and me. How are we not in the same queue, then? What the fuck? I didn't realize Ducky still played. I would watch some Ducky for sure. Maybe I play some Ares for once. Get the Odin out. Maybe I just chain people to death, run it down. Probably not, actually. The more I think about it, the less I feel like doing that.
Select your god.
Let's play that Kukulkan. I'm feeling it. He unmodded me? Damn. Dude, I need some fucking damage in this game. This is looking grim. Oh no, dude. Okay, at least do that. I don't want to hit you, bro. You do so much damage. Damn this Thorns piece of shit. I should actually upgrade my... I should have done that before. Now just wasted. Brain, why? Oh no. I gotta do 100 damage. Without dying. Without taking 5 damage. Oh no, okay, I guess I'm dead. What could you do? My build was trash in this one. Banger games. Sure is. Quite average Saturday games. I do need to check if actually, did I fall out of deity again? I might have fallen out of deity. Once again. Conduit or Sense? I think I'll Conduit in solo. And I'm against Thor. Maybe a Lifebinder. Maybe a Lifebinder game? Maybe I just accept that I can't fight early on into a Thor. Unless I have some kind of helping hand. My best friend Lifebinder will definitely save me.
Oh, salutations from the spellbound Simeon.
Can't wait to get double dunked this game.
Minions have spawned.
You guys are actually kind of stacked. I don't feel like my team is as stacked, but we'll see what happens. You never know these days. Oh my god.
Okay.
Very early back. See if I can use that to my advantage. Oh. The team is struggling though. Bored of Smite? Understandable.
Enemy missing.
Enjoy. Have fun.
Left lane.
The rain shall wash them away.
Come back to ranked soon enough.
Under attack.
Alright, I'll see you then.
Enemies in the right lane.
Thana is level 5 already, bro.
Miscast your fate, did ya?
I thought I heard something, but it's so hard to tell the fucking sounds in Smite 2 for some reason for me. I just cannot tell sometimes if it's, like, I don't know. That did not sound like a Thana ult to me.
Ultimate is down.
Unless that's a different skin in terms of sound effect, but like it really should not be the case. If like surely skins don't have different sound effects like that. That'd be stupid. For sound cues.
Towers under attack.
I'm gonna back again for Book.
Nowhere is
Thor getting the kill also extra sucks for me. Might still have to invest in a life binder.
Ultimate is ready. Gank. Gank.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
enemy missing right.
The rain shall wash them away.
Chase the enemy. Aw, miscast your fate, did ya? Enemies have returned to base. Miscast your fate, did ya?
Like he's so far ahead in XP. What the fuck, bro? How much did that fucking kill give? Though I suppose there's also the blue buff. But still, I'm like a level and a half away. Like I'm not even fucking 7 yet. He was 7 before even that wave. The fuck happened?
Ultimate is down.
Down.
Miscast your fate, did ya?
Retreat.
Okay.
Storm strikes.
Ultimate is down.
Swiftness.
Red buff, please. That's some shit. Guess we didn't even have a red buff.
I believe in you.
Ultimate is ready! Enemy spotted!
That's so unfortunate.
An enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is ready!
Storm strikes.
Ultimate is ready!
Down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I meant to hit
Your
someone
right
else!
tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Miscast your face!
Come on, creeps. Oh my god.
Enemy missing right. Down.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Okay. Enemies in middle lane!
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Yes! Enemy missing! Be careful!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Your ground. I challenge you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanatos no beats.
It rains and wash them away.
Serpent
Ultimate
swift.
is down!
Storm strikes.
Just take everything, actually.
Ally has been slain.
Everything.
Your middle tower.
I just need to be farmed enough for the fights to come.
Your left tower is under attack.
That's about it.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Lifebinder will slow this process, though.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
But that's okay. That means I can brawl.
Your left tower is under attack.
And I mean, I'm still Kukulkan, so got a lot of extra power. Does not give mana.
Left lane! Group up!
Your left tower is under attack.
Swiftness.
On my way!
There's no way. Please get him. Thank God. Okay, that was strange. No, dude, I'm seeing too much shit missed. I was in the middle of my animation of my my one as well. I would have killed Thor. I'm really sad about that. That should have been good.
Tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Like, why do we go for farm here? Guess I'm just gonna go back to right.
Ally has been slain.
That explosion was not intentional.
Dude,
Your middle tower is under attack.
there's two people in right. You have to fight on gold.
And I'll
It's time to turn this battle.
Guess we'll lose now that everyone else has gotten there. Yeah, that fucking sucks, bro. Dude, he's also 10-0. Bro, why is my ult on normal cast? Hi-res, what the fuck? Actually, where is my Athena ult when I'm getting ganked? I just realized. That hasn't happened a single time and I've died 4 times. Huh. That's kind of frustrating, actually, the more I think about that. Considering how many times Athena ult has fucked me on the enemy team today.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing.
Well, so far Lifebind has not been worth it. It's not saving me. So I just had less damage.
Enemy missing left. Enemies in middle lane.
Serpent swiftness. On my way.
On my way.
Serpent swiftness.
Okay, bro, how does that not hit them?
Enemy missing. Enemy ultimate incoming.
I mean... Okay, it's definitely a surrender angle. How are we not killing a single one of them there? I guess it's just because we have shit characters to actually do anything with. We're just behind Solo, Kukulkan, and behind Jungle Athena. But they're inting a bit, so maybe we can actually still get something. Oh, he is still a... It's just Athena is so fat. He's so fat. I kind of regret also not having beats. I keep getting so bit plucked.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Ultimate is ready. Gank.
Your left tower is under attack.
I do have Polly now, though. I really want to fight Thor. Maybe if I could hit something, though. That'd be nice.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed.
Bro,
left enemy
when am I getting an Athena ult?
enemy has been slain.
Then,
Your
the
right
Thor
tower
ult?
is under attack.
Actually, the Thor ult. Yeah, I did, obviously. That's what killed me. The Athena ult. I guess that didn't ult.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, he's the wrong team.
I mean, they're just inting. It's the only reason why we might still have a chance in this game. There's still just 1 HP running around. Okay. We're really just letting Thana do whatever he wants in this one. Aegis is that comp is bold, so it's because Beats is terrible. Like, not having Aegis, I would say, is even worse into their team comp. At least I will survive, as long as I just avoid the initial, like, plug, as well as maybe the Thor wall. I cannot survive the damage output they have. Aegis is a must. Thought Kuku was OP. Get anyone out of my lane though. I won my lane, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's either a Sobek, a Thana, or for some fucking reason a Ra in my lane this game.
On my way.
Attack.
Allies slain. Enemy has been slain.
And I don't get that kill because... What? How did he immune? Dude, what? How did he immune my damage? Why was it immune? I'm so fucking confused. Someone in chat actually explain why Sobek was immune to my ticks right there.
Your left
I would like to hear it.
attack.
Careful mid, Thor's gonna rotate.
Tower.
Watch out for a Thor ult.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Didn't hit my auto for my life binder.
Can we do gold or something?
It's not going too well, is it? Yeah, I did get us a few levels of that. That was nice.
Yeah.
I would have liked the kill on Ra, though. I don't think Bud should have taken that one. But, I mean, it's fair enough. It wasn't a case where maybe I could have died, but all I had to do was hit my one. And that would have been a huge shutdown kill for me.
He has Sunder.
You're only two there, boys. Be careful.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, check fire.
They're not on fire.
Enemies incoming. Help!
Thor might TP over, though. No, he's here.
Team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
That was a clever little
When I get my Titans.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Carry me to the right.
Tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Thor and Boreals, they're both at fucking 1 HP. I need pen. Legitimately, I don't do any damage to Thor. That's just sad. Like,
That's behind.
this is exactly my point. Kukulkan is broken, but I can't deal with him while being so far behind while still playing alone. Why is my Athena here with an ult up? And I'm not the one being ulted? Huh? It's fine though, like we're still kind of winning in it, so it's cool. But still. It is tragic. Barry ult immune the damage I'm so big. Maybe, oh that's actually true, that's a good point. Maybe it was the Barry ult. She has no ult. Oh, he's got the stun, wow. Close one.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Don't come.
I will ward.
And we're fighting again. They're both 1 HP again.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Your left tower is under attack.
Completed.
The pyro. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
mean, when an auto does 700 damage, was even the point? Fuck was that, bro? I guess I should have aegis the silence. Like, fuck me. I thought I could at least maybe just... I should have just tornado upon myself. That's probably the best thing I could have done. I thought Lifebinder was maybe... Dude, I have 2.5k! It's just a fit Thana with Fire Giant, I guess.
Completed. Retreat.
Your
What can
team
you-
has
what can you do?
destroyed the Pyromancer.
What does Burial even do? Well, Burial is just like a chalk-sized circle that will pull some damage. It will reset all her abilities, her normal abilities. And if an ally or herself is inside of it, where they would have died, they become immune and don't die instead. For like a few seconds. I think it's like 1 or 2 seconds. That's what it does.
Team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Hence him potentially being immune to my ticks back in the early game. Burial is very, very good. I think I'm just playing bad this game. My Aegis definitely... I still think Aegis was the correct call. I just haven't used it very well.
I rolled.
Like, okay, bro. Like, I'm just getting, literally just getting blocked and CC'd. I'm getting bored. Whatever. I guess I should have gone Beats just because of Sobek. There you saw it. That's the Burial in action. Like, I don't think Beats would have mattered this game either way. I still think Thana would just one-shot me instead, but at least I wouldn't get plugged. That's my main problem. I'm just getting fucking plugged. Like, Thana is shitting on everyone anyway. I would just be a part of that even more. Huge.
Has been slain. Your Titan is under attack.
I mean, what are they doing?
Your Titan is under attack. Rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso.
That was a clever little incantation.
I mean, the further this game goes, the more it goes in our favor, I would say. Boy, do I still regret going Lifebinder, though. I should have just gone for a normal Cuckoo build. Guess I'll just grab mid tower.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Huh? It went back in? The fuck? That's crazy.
team has destroyed a left enemy.
Attack! Left lane!
Enemy has been slain.
Barry respawned. I guess I shouldn't have come. I know she really. Fuck, dude. Why am I not listening to my own fucking calls? I knew that was just a bad idea because of Bari. And now they hit.
Aw,
Get it,
cast your
sucker!
fate, did ya?
Get it?
I knew it, man. She doesn't. She has fucking blink though. Are you kidding me? I didn't know she had blink. How is she not dead on cooldown into our team comp? Dude, he does have 9 deaths, I suppose, but still, that's crazy. 20 seconds for me being back up. At least the Phoenix is spawning soon. Hopefully it delays them enough for me to get back up. I'm back up in 10.
Titan is under attack.
Oh my god, let me get in there. Oh, dude. I mean, that's partly on me. Just overall bad game for me, but I'm sad we threw it just because of a weird call on the left Phoenix. Also, can you not see like SR on this screen anymore? What the fuck is not wrong with that? I don't know how much I'm winning and losing anymore. How am I supposed to bitch about it then? I do think that was my demotion game though. Unless the previous one was my demotion game. Then I'm more than likely already out of deity again, yeah. I expect no less. "39 worshippers, man. I'm really not getting this character enough." I was so ready to go for Radiant Tsukuyomi when he came out. I guess not.
Select your god.
Let's try it again. So yeah, I lost like 70 for that as well. So I need 2 more wins to get back into deity. Great. It's really cool how it works like that now. I think I do need to play a bit more like a pussy when I fucking play Tsukuyomi. I'm a bit too willing to just all in. I gotta sit back a bit more. During the early game anyway. I do find it funny how everyone just kind of realized how broken Thana is, though. Thana is so OP. I think he is arguably the strongest, like, snowball jungler in the game. So fucking hard to deal with. Once he starts getting going. He has a lot of fun, though. It's also why I play him solo. It's a very satisfying character to play. This time I'm just gonna fucking go beats. Whatever. I think it is more scary here too, because Bacchus can easily just catch up to me. I kinda need beats for him. But I would want Aegis for the rest of them. I could try a different build this time. What am I against? I'm against the Kali. An aspect Kali of all things. Which is better, I think, than melee Kali. If this was an int Kali, I actually think I lose. It's the same Thana. Okay. Surely Blizzard goes hard. It's good, but it's not as good as like full damage Suku. He just scales too well, man. But I did try one game. It did feel pretty good. I even win Warriors, and you don't really have that many mana issues, or any mana issues at all, really, when you have blue buff. So, it felt good. I won't lie. Definitely wasn't bad. I could maybe go a bit bruiser in this one, go for stuff like shifters, but...
This won't miss.
Either way, I'm farming in this early game. Not really much else to do.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Strike!
Yeah, I just don't have enough cooldowns right now to support this. So, Kali ranged now? Her aspect is. Her aspect makes her an ADC, yeah. Oh, this guy's going for the...
Your right tower is under attack.
the tower, apparently. Go do farm, bro! He's just wasting so much time. mean, if he's gonna play like this throughout the whole laning phase, my laning should be pretty easy once I actually start doing damage.
This won't miss.
Chock full of surprises.
Shingetsu, strike! Watch your step. This won't miss.
Be careful left.
Very strong. Attack. Enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate incoming! I am divinity. Fall before me.
And the rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
That kind of sucks. When the hell did his blue spawn? I thought I was gonna finish off Thana with my ult, so that's why I swapped targets. Guess I didn't. That was kind of my bad.
Watch your step.
Not that it really did anything anyway. They played around it.
Move like a jaguar.
All good.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Your left tower is under attack.
I haven't tried the aspect yet, actually. I keep forgetting about that. The aspect is out on Zuko. Let's see if I can bait him to walk up a bit. Doesn't seem like it.
Strike!
I'm ready for round 2.
Enemy missing right.
Kinda just losing XP for that rotation. But I didn't want Thana to land on someone without also dying for it.
This won't miss.
I heard the call. I guess my bad for not falling back in time, but I didn't expect to be 3 people when there was already 1 in my lane. Or 2 people, I guess. My bad, I guess.
Nice job. Your right tower is under attack.
I need to stay further back. I completely forgot about the fact that I said I might go hybrid. Still could, a little bit. But what would be the point? I don't think I do it because I'm against the Kali.
Your middle tower
I think it's just be better not to.
right tower is under attack.
Gonna need all the damage I can get.
The rain shall wash them away. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Fabuloso. Your middle tower is under attack. Triple kill. Oh, Chumba.
This is that taken care of. It's time to get to work.
Your middle tower
Savagery
is
has
under
been
attack.
eliminated. With that
Savagery has been
taken care of,
eliminated.
It's time to get to work. Shingetsu, strike! Yes. This won't miss.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
I got a ward, man. Even knowing they're coming, I have such a hard time believing they're going that deep for me.
Shingetsu, strike!
Enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down. Your left tower is under attack. Rain shall wash them away. Ally has been slain. Enemies in left lane.
Has been eliminated. With that threat taken care of, it's
Enemy
time to
has
get
been
to
slain.
work. Savagery has been eliminated.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Gank.
Take this jungle buff. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Be careful left.
Let's back off, actually buy some shit now. Is Bip a bitch? Yeah, it is. That's exactly who it is. The one and only.
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Uh-oh. Paul went in deep.
Enemy
Still managed to get the kill though. Worth. I don't know where Kali is for so long. She's just gone for like a minute or two, and then like, is she rotating? Like, where is she? I guess I should just always stay in my lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Watch your step.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Threat taken care of. It's time to get to work.
22
Savagery has been
rocks.
eliminated.
Wow.
With that threat taken care of, it's time to get to work. This won't miss. Enemy missing right.
The rain shall wash them away.
On my way. Gank left lane.
An enemy has been slain.
Divinity, fall before me.
That's too bad.
It's fucking out of range.
Completed.
Stop with the freezing shit. Stop!
Your right tower
Oh my god, smite.
has left the game.
Make it stop.
An enemy has returned. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Just let me hit the fucking stun, man. Before you fucking impale.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive game. I still don't know why my smite does that sometimes. Sometimes it's just gonna have like a few freezes and then it goes away. It's so weird.
Mangetsu, good light. Enemy missing right.
Your left tower is under attack.
Leave no disrespect unanswered for.
On my way. On my way.
Enemies in left lane.
Shingetsu, strike!
Bro, what is Bip doing? I can TP left if you want to fight. I don't have my ult though. I think Cook instead. We have to get a kill in left.
The rain shall wash them away. Oh, you move like a
Why am I here?
enemies behind us.
Enemies at the
Enemies
fire
at your middle tower is under attack.
They're actually on fire.
Watch your step.
I'll attack left lane. Like a vegetarian.
Like, why was I the only one going to fire? Is my team not around? Hello? Do I live alone? What the fuck? Not even in response? Okay. Okay, bro. Actually, I don't know why I'm going Pen. Fuck Pen in this game. It's actually useless. Let's go crush your Hatsika.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower. The rain shall wash them away. Your left tower is under attack.
Guess I just gotta go back and farming. We don't want to fight. Why? We're not chasing that and fighting it. I guess Cuckoo was too low. I didn't realize he was getting that poked. Smite is definitely a very aggressive game, Mox. I would generally say that. Like, Hyris always tries to... Like, they always try to make metas where fights are being forced more than not.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
Yeah, I think it's for spectator reasons, but also just in general that games these days are... Who's gonna be drawn to MOBAs when you're just sitting and farming for 50 minutes and then you end in a single team fight? Like, that shit's boring as fuck. But that's still gonna be how it is in competitive a lot of the time. We're not really doing anything with this. I'm just gonna solo farm for a while, I think. I don't even care what my team does. Unless it's something huge. For now, I just actually need farm. I end up being behind Kali now. After everything that's happened.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
This won't fail.
That's just an absolute tragedy. How did it come to this?
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming. Enemies incoming.
On my way.
Guess I'll TP top.
Fabuloso! Oh, you move like a jaguar. It is ready.
I mean, did they not use anything from you guys? I guess they still have blinks and shit up. Bro, I'm so tired of this. I'm just gonna farm in solo.
The enemy team has destroyed.
This is so boring, dude. Aw. Yeah, Devo's infinitely stacks now, but after these 75 stacks, it gets a lot harder to get a stack. But if you're solo farming or an ADC, usually it's pretty easy to get a lot of stacks. They actually play like a team? They do. My team is just fucking running around. We're just getting caught for no reason. We're not looking for anything. Like, as is usual, the issue... Like, once again, I can't fully blame my team. I'm playing a character that is not a frontliner.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Yeah, I'm down to surrender this. We just don't have anyone anywhere near Fire Giant. There's no wards ever. This is boring. I'm just playing alone on my side of the map.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
This is crazy, man. Granted, I probably shouldn't have gone to fire at all there. After I saw them on it, just leave it. Good cook ult. Some good damage. Yeah, okay, he's doing a lot of damage here.
Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Watch your step. Enemy spotted.
Bro, I'm... Carly is literally 1 HP. Like... I'm so pissed. Literally everything is going wrong for me in this game. Carly Aegis. Go, Pip. And it's good.
And the rain shall wash them away.
I'm level 17, man. Like, I'm so far behind. The non-stop farm, like, fucking fighting makes me unable to farm. I hate this so much.
Defend right lane, please.
Okay. Have a slaying time.
This won't miss.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That was actually a level diff too. If I'm more than 17, Carly just dies there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna fucking die in lane here though. I'm so ready to get fan ulted. I can't wait.
Watch your step.
Okay. Then left, I'm fine.
This won't miss.
Enemy has been slain.
Good job getting a kill, but I really don't know about taking a fight here.
Follow me. Ally has been slain. When it rains, it pours.
On my way. Ult ultimate is down.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Oh, he beats as well.
This won't miss.
Okay, we're just over chasing.
Enemy has been slain.
That's so unfortunate. I've seen this shit too much. They just keep getting away with 1 HP. Another reason why I need to sit back a bit more is that we're playing without a support in a way. Like, Bib is playing well, but he's not playing like a support. So we really need to just sit back more. And wait for an actual, like, initiate, probably from Bologna. Either that or we look for poke.
Going for jungle buff.
Shingetsu, strike!
Ultimate is
On my way.
high.
Enemy has been slain.
Burn bright. This won't miss. Watch your step. Shingetsu, strike! Gank, middle lane.
I mean... Okay. My ult was up so soon, I was thinking maybe we could just bait her around here, but she's just all in me. Did not expect that. I'm definitely playing bad in this game. Just misjudging a lot of stuff. I need to listen to my own advice and just sit the fuck back. And not do anything outside of just trying to poke a bit. And then only initiate when I know I can actually ult someone for a kill.
Warn the fire giant. The enemy team team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Gang, enemies at the Gold Fury. Chase
On
the
my
enemy.
way.
Chase the enemy. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Your middle tower is under attack. Rangers, wash them away. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under
I mean, that's just fucking stupid. Like, what even is that? I can't even respond to it. Fana is so fucking broken. If you actually just do the right combo, you will one-shot anything. And anyone. Oh, Bib. Oh, Bib. What am I watching? What can I even buy that will give me more damage? Maybe I just have to go Titans. It's not really like there's anything else necessarily. Actually, maybe a Bloodforge might be nice.
Step. Magetsu, burn bright.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Enemy has been slain. Your right phoenix is under attack.
Oh, he is pretty low.
You have my forgiveness. For now.
Your left phoenix is under attack. Your middle
Let's just jump. And ult. There's not really much I can do when I don't have beats up, unfortunately. I'll sacrifice myself not to lose another Phoenix here. Though my ult as well. If I have my ult, I'll probably fight him.
split push. Attack the minions. Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Obo almost got him.
Attack the Gold Fury.
They're playing really well. It's tough for Tsukuyomi in this game, I feel like. Because I can just so easily be jumped. I hope it doesn't come out as me being too bitchy in this one. Even though I definitely feel like I'm bitching too much. Shit's hard. It's a tough life. In hindsight, going for brawler build probably would have been better.
Shingetsu, strike! Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy spotted. Attack left tower.
This won't miss.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Attack Fire Giant!
We need
Return
more.
to base!
I think swap these two.
On my way!
Shingetsu, watch your step.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
This won't miss.
They're actually just on it? What the fuck? Really expected us to just go in there then, if they were actually on it. Hence me just clearing a wave. So much damage he just fucking did.
Save yourself!
Okay, I mean, I went in because Bellona ulted in. So I guess never mind, we weren't going in.
Your right Phoenix is
Okay.
under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Chase the enemy.
Guess both soul laners are throwing this game.
Attack right lane.
You have my forgiveness.
I'll defend
for
right
now.
lane.
Back.
Ultimate is ready.
Shingetsu, strike!
That's back. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. The Pyromancer has arrived.
At least got a 3k pod now. Still bitching. I can't help it, man.
The enemy
Sometimes
team
things are
has
just too much.
destroyed the Gold Fury.
Shingetsu, strike!
Looking rough. It is real rough. Their comp is so hard for me to deal with. I can't go on anyone without them always, like, just one-shotting me when I land. There's that tiny window where you're basically stunned when you get out of your ult. That's the moment I die. My bib, no.
Watch your step.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Yeah, they just all dove in. We should have gone in before that happened, but it's hard to do when our Fenrir died.
Defeat.
But we'll do one more game. I don't even think, like, maybe outside of me, I don't think anyone played bad on my team. It's just we don't have an actual frontline to initiate with, so they just go in on us. And every time I tried to follow up in Bologna, Bologna would ult in and then instantly go back out, and then I would just get one-shot by something because I was suddenly alone. They just all turned back on me. It happened like 3 or 4 times in like the fights when I rotated. So it just wasn't worth it. I feel like I need a change of pace though. I don't want to play solo right now. I don't know if I feel like playing mid instead though. Maybe I just don't want to play. No, maybe I'll try hard for this for my last game here, see if I can grab a win before I go. Play ADC. I don't like ADC much in Smite 2. I like the gods, not the role. The lane is so bad. Bad idea, yeah. I hate the lane in Smite 2. I don't really mind playing support either, but I just think the way the lane is structured is just terrible. It's not fun to be there. There are bushes fucking everywhere. This is a chance of you being one-shot out of nowhere because you have literally zero counterplay to like do anything. Not to mention, if your support isn't like quote unquote good compared to the enemy support, there's a chance you might just get camped and there's no way you can play the game. It's even worse than solo in that aspect. Got 2 purples in 40 minutes, yeah. Well, that's probably just a bib special, isn't it? It started out so well today, man. Kind of. Actually, I've been playing like shit today. Dude, what is this? I started somehow with a crazy Mulan game. Went into some actual dog shit gameplay for the rest of it. Do I not care about today? Do I just play for the shit of it? Maybe I do. I don't know. Passion is rough today. I'll just play the most broken god that is still open after this picks and bans. I think that's the plan. I'm going for the most OP shit that I can get. Sounds great. Which should be easy enough, because there's at least like 4-ish, 3 or 4 like really strong solos. I don't want to play Odin though, fuck that. That's boring. I'll play an Ares or a Nem. If those are open. Or Wukong even. So yeah, I mean that's 3 characters open. What's OP right now? In solo, Nem is OP, Ares is OP, Odin is OP. Into Wukong is OP. In terms of just like gods in general, like you generally see that's probably like I can name like 10 gods that generally banned. Like you see the Hui is being banned, he's generally the best ADC. Tsukuyomi is Neo, and he is pretty OP as well. Wukong obviously, Odin, Afro. You have the Aladdins, you have Susano is being banned sometimes. Who else do we got? Nemesis, obviously, as I said. Like, I think Thana is OP as fuck. But Thana, at least, is someone... Like, he's a god that requires skill, so you don't necessarily see him that much. Morrigan is still OP, everyone knows that. So, that's pretty decent list of OP stuff. Neith is also ban-worthy. Mage Neith is still insanely good. Yeah. There's a lot of really strong stuff in Smite 2 right now. I think the cool thing about Smite 2 is that there might be a lot of OP stuff, but there is not a lot of bad stuff. You can almost play anything in ranked at least. Obviously in competitive things would be different, but in ranked you can kind of pick anything on the list and still do well with it. I don't think there's a single god on this list that you would generally say, yeah, I mean, I don't expect anything from this god, maybe outside of Nuwa. But, you know, Nuwa will only... Like, she's a ticking time bomb, so she's still really useful late game no matter what. But her early game is obviously, like, giga shit. Mao is against you? Don't worry, man, you don't want me today. Today is not my day. But that's true, we're never on the same team. I think that the Q knows what's gonna happen if that would happen. Just an instant win. Any signs of competitive? Probably not. I don't think that's going to be any for a while, if at all. I think right now they're just focusing on actually making the game. I think they will only do competitive stuff again. I mean, there is kind of competitive here and there, like Smite Prime and stuff like that does happen here and there, which is like a smaller thing that happens over a few weeks, but there isn't like an SPL or Worlds or anything like that happening anymore. And I don't think that it will happen until they actually release Smite 2, and the Smite 2 is in a good spot at the time. Hi-Res haven't really been, you know, in the best spot for a little while now, with all the layoffs and stuff.
Let righteousness be your armor of the new world.
Just do the samurai. Samurai. So we've really decided that Ares should be the only one dealing magic on our team, which is fair. He does deal some good damage. Am I a Sunder character? Probably. Maybe.
Fuel for the future battles.
I'm surprised not to see a single Aegis on my team into a Poseidon. Though I guess people are too scared of the Artemis Thor CC. I can get behind it. Oh, let's see if I can scrape up a win. Shit's been rough today. Update on the old though. The old is actually above 4K now. So I'll probably swap over. Once I reach Deity on this account, I'll probably swap over to the old. And play on that. We'll see if I can reach Deity again though. that will require a win streak. Like 2 wins equals 1 loss. I gotta shape up if I want to get there again. Some decent gold denying at level 1 here. Not too bad. Missed the chain.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. Where do you think you're going?
Yeah, it's probably not a matchup that I would win either way. His cooldowns are a bit more forgiving than mine.
Right lane.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing middle.
Middle lane.
Enemy ultimate
Also his beats.
Middle lane.
If I'm fast, if I can hit 5 before him, I could potentially grab an easy kill.
Your middle
But that does require me to hit 5 before him. And then him also being in the vicinity.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hmm.
Your right tower
Was kind of
is
hoping
under
that
attack.
maybe someone was gonna come in there in time. Got too greedy for the poke. He also went the long way, all the way down below.
Enemy missing middle. Yeah. Enemy spotted. Yeah.
Wow, that was no damage. We'll see though. Surely I don't get ganked once I have more items online as an Ares.
To me, my soldier. My blade.
Don't think I'm really doing much until I have Mystical Mail online. My clear is so shit.
Enemy missing. Like a jaguar.
And of course there's a level lead after that kill as well.
Enemies in the left jungle.
lane.
Under attack. The shackle. Enemy has been slain.
Try to block.
The gold fury. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
What sort of weapon is this?
Enemy missing right. Them away.
Enemy missing right.
Right.
Empire cannot fall.
Just getting baited by people telling they can gank. Also, I guess Mystical Mail is just so not tanky at all. He also has Lash online already.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enhancement aura.
Your right tower is under attack.
I think I saw him beats though.
Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is down.
Enemies in the left jungle.
To me, my soldiers.
Retreat left lane. There is attack.
I guess Mordred rotated as well for some reason.
Enemy spotted. Where do you think you're going? Bow to your ruler. Never cheapen.
Got 1 kill at least. I didn't think Mordred was gonna get pulled too.
Tower is under attack.
I could have tried to line it up a bit more. I wasn't sure if Thor had ult or not, so I was just trying to make sure that I was at least hitting the ult.
On my way. Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Okay, maybe there's a chance now. Gotta go breastplate next.
Enemy spotted!
Wash them away. You cannot escape me. Where do you think your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Bro, there is no fucking way
Your middle tower is
that I don't get that kill. Fuck, man. I need cooldowns. That's why I need breastplate. That's so tragic.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enhancement aura. Double kill. Get the research team on these resources. Even the beasts bow to me.
I guess I'll wait, actually.
Enemies in right lane.
Guess I will not wait. Don't want to deal with fucking Poseidon here.
Enemies in right lane. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
I mean, I'm being war crimed, I'm not gonna lie.
Right tower has been destroyed. Help right lane.
Be careful!
Your right tower is under attack. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
That's what my soul looks like. Usually there is a team that can actually rotate on it too. Why does that go on cooldown, man? Fuck me. At least I got one. Still definitely a worth trade.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. To me, my soldiers! Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. The rain shall wash them
I mean, the weird part in this game is that I'm not even ahead. Like, I'm literally getting shit on in lane. I'm stuck under my own tower. Suddenly, 4 people decide it's time to take my tower. Granted, I could have just not walked up. It was a very predictable gank. What I was hoping for was that my team was going to rotate on the whole thing. Because if they're spending that much effort into an Ares, there's no way... Surely that cannot be worth it.
Enemy missing. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
Mordred's gonna rotate mid.
On my On my way. Enemy has been slain. Let's switch it around. Enemy spotted! Gank middle lane! Attack! My way! The rain shall wash them away! On my way.
I probably should have gone blink this game.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry. Ally has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Bow to your ruler.
My bad, dude. I think my mystical mail would have ended up interrupting anyway, but I think that accidentally kind of just screw up that mess.
Enhancement aura. Empire.
Should've just backed and bought my stuff, man. I'm so squishy. Like, what does one even buy into their team comp? There's fucking nothing I can buy that's gonna make me tanky. Either I'm gonna get a one-shot by Poseidon, or I'm gonna get a one-shot by Artemis. Well, Nemean will help.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Enemies at the Gold Fury. On my way.
Helm of Darkness could be interesting.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Feast your eyes on this.
Oh my god. I'm being CC'd.
You'll go by the shackles. To me, my soldier.
Oh well, we got gold at least. How am I top damage, dude? There's no way. I haven't done anything this game. I guess it's just the poking in mid, or like in solo. I feel like I've done fucking shite this game. They're doing a good job keeping them busy, but didn't matter, I suppose. Need me a Lash build rope. I already have Lash, so it's just I don't know if I can even go Spirit Rope. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. I was thinking more in the lines of Mantle of Discord, or at least to get a stun off. But probably gonna have to end up going with Spirit Rope. It is the best if I just want like pure defense.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower is under attack. Enemies in right lane. Your middle tower is under attack.
Thorn here. Oh, we also just don't have any. It'll be fine once he finishes Titans, but right now Honor does not do any damage to the front line.
Your outlook is terminal.
Your middle tower is under attack.
At this point, I'm gonna go Onis. They're just they keep stacking up on me. We also don't really have like big mage damage, so I don't really know if it matters.
Is under attack. Your right tower.
Bro, fall back. Once again, though, just like the last game, I just feel like they're all on me all the time, and I'm not getting any farm.
I'll defend right lane.
I need some solo farm if I can.
Enhancement aura. Your left tower is under attack.
Like, my support's higher level than me. But it's also so hard to farm stuff as Ares. It takes so long to kill anything. Which is the main reason why I really don't like playing Ares. I feel like I'm playing in slow motion.
To me, my soldiers, meet my blade. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. On my way. Enemy ultimate down.
Do they have beats? And we're just running away from each other. That's not really great. If he just runs to us, even if he dies, at least we might be able to pick up the side.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Get in the chaka! You get it? Your left tower is under attack.
If me and Bib stuck together there, like it probably would have been okay. They can't really do anything with this.
Your left tower is under attack. Your titan is under attack.
I do wish I wouldn't blink this game. It's so hard to initiate on anyone, or get close enough to get a good ult.
Attack!
Attack!
On my way.
Okay, just immune everything that I have. And we've lost. Why is that even a thing, bro? Okay, still died. Nice.
Your titan is under attack.
Yeah, that's cooked anyway. We just couldn't really group. I think if we group, we should just win these fights. Our comp is just better. Especially when we have an Ares, and now I actually finally reached a point where I can do something. But, whatever. Oh, dude, I don't want to end. I'm doing one last. I hate ending on a game like this. The last 3 games have just been so unsatisfying. I'm doing one last. I'm actually serious about it, though. This is the last one. I'm fucking losing it. I will dodge if I'm against the same people, though. But how would I know? I'm tired of being against the same people every game. It's getting boring. I would actually just rather dodge. I'm just gonna need them to let me know. So yeah, picking something OP doesn't work either. But even just looking at the god list, there just isn't really anything I feel like playing. Everything's just kind of washed. Don't do this to me. Q dot. Get it over with. Put me in there. Dude, how am I still top pick? I guess everyone has been losing more than me. I don't want to be top pick anymore. I hope I lose again. Need someone else to take care of these picks and bans so I can sit and do nothing. Definitely don't want to play Ares again.
Select your god.
Want anything. Despite me definitely having some bad games today, a lot of the games I feel like I've lost today has also just been, even though we're in the winning position, we end up throwing the game and like a last team fight type thing, and then they just go end. Like, it's been silly mistakes in a lot of these games that I feel like that kind of ended up costing us the games. What a stacker. Yeah, there's some pretty good stuff on the enemy team probably as well, I imagine. Probably just a good queue. Should I tell Paul to play Yorm? I don't want to play. Well, I mean, Paul can probably just play whatever he wants. Like, he usually does pretty well on whatever he decides to pick. I mean, he kind of went for the same in the same direction, I guess. Jag is definitely interesting, but don't think it's bad. Not that. Oh, I didn't even show the game. Smart. Yeah, I mean, I have to go beats, but it's gonna suck into Loki late game.
Let's switch it up.
I haven't tried this gem of focus thing. Not that it matters. I think I have to go Lifebinder anyway. Who would have guessed? Gamehunter going Lifebinder on a Mage solo? No. We would never. I will absolutely do that in this game. Because I'm into Thor again. I'm just dealing with the same people every game, bro. It's so boring. These same 3 fucking players have been against me in the last 3 games. Like 2 or 3 games at this point.
How you doing?
It is getting so boring.
Hello. Hello.
Way to step up to
Cancel
the plate.
that.
Quiet, please. Whoa,
Very well.
sorry.
Cancel that, sir.
Thanks. Be careful, right?
Sadly, no.
I mean, what is this? Absolute fucking virgin behavior I'm seeing right here.
On my way. No.
Let me pull wave first, and you should build this.
This weirdo is gonna come here, you know that, right?
That's fine. Have some more. Good.
He usually comes though. Look at him. He's on
Yeah,
speed.
but I have aura.
He's still premium.
That's fine. They don't have aura. Is this guy like ever play normal gods?
Oh, easy.
Yeah.
No, he only plays.
Easy try out dog shit gods.
Yeah, he's trying mod every game.
Not too shabby. Turns a poke.
He has Seigis on Hoye, like, far from me.
Take this jungle buff.
Enemy missing middle.
By the way, I hit him, but somehow I didn't get him.
Giannis. Yeah, I feel like playing something where I just don't give a fuck anymore.
Enemies incoming left.
So far, it hasn't mattered what I play. It just we end up throwing anyway, so whatever. I just want to play something and just have some fun. I will once again though, and I know you hate it, but I have to go Lifebinder this game. Because I'm against the fucking Thor, and there's no way I'm surviving it. The further in we go, if I don't have some kind of survive item, I need Lifebinder probably. Like, this is how much damage it does to mid level 3, right? It's only gonna get worse.
Enemy spotted.
A new pressure. Sit through this.
Nice.
A new pressure.
How good is Loki solo? Not good at all. His wave clear is just complete shit. The 2 doesn't wave clear at all. So... Bro, what am I seeing?
Oh, where was he then?
Gank. I'll gank left lane. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing.
Another reason why I have to go for it, I think, is because I know, like...
Purple.
Why the fuck was I just marked by Hui, bro? Did I CC him? Don't think I did. I know Pain likes to be very aggressive. Like, he'll just look for me at weird spots and stuff like that, so I need something that can help me out with that situation. Wish I had my ult right now.
How the fuck did they mess it up so hard?
Throw all down, he's going towards blue.
Or just cooked him.
My tree healed me.
Just get it now. I wish Loki solo was better though. I would like more stealth characters that could be played in solo, but like Morrigan is the only one, and Morrigan stealth Morrigan, I would argue, is terrible in solo because she doesn't have an actual escapability. Then Aspect is broken because there's barely any counterplay to it. Granted, maybe there is now because they nerfed it quite a bit, but if you meet anything with Mystical Mail or Lash, which you generally do a lot if you're playing into like actual, you know, frontliners.
You know us. They probably know you're here. You know, walking towards.
Then you will struggle as Stealth Morrigan.
Right here.
No problem.
I've got no beat. If I get on the movie, in trouble.
We doesn't have ult. Go.
I'll stick around.
Purple.
We need war.
Lag. Did I just lag behind him? The fuck was that? I tried to do the combo and it just fucking lagged in front of him? Wow. Almost an Athena diff. Still kind of an Athena diff. Oh well. My own fault for trying to actually fight.
No problem.
I was just trying to be cool. Do the new cool combo. No, said Hyris. Not today.
Okay.
The way open. A new threshold.
Help middle lane. Middle lane.
Help on my
Middle
way.
lane.
Ultimate is down.
Your right tower is under attack. Aploso. Thanks. Be right back. Your right tower.
I'll trade away for that. I'll do a stupid rotation that shouldn't work out for me, but actually does anyway for some reason.
A new threshold.
Don't mind if I do.
Be right back. Enemy spot.
Purple on 20.
On my way.
There he is.
Enemy missing right.
No problem. On my way.
I'm coming.
Thor's probably coming mid.
You can just fight him. Push you, make him low, no? From here.
Nothing all done. She's
Thor in the
looking
air,
for
Thor in
one.
the air in mid.
Probably mid.
I'm gonna ult some portals for you. I guess it's too late. I'm trying to get to you, Bib.
Follow me.
A new threshold.
They're still chasing. I life banner them if you want to get a heal or something.
On my way.
Nice.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm out of mana. I don't think this is a good fight.
Enemy missing. Your middle tower is under attack. Well, that sucked. Be careful, middle. Foul ball. Ally has been slain.
Well, unfortunate. Guess Bib underestimated the damage.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Happens to the best.
Attack the minions.
Enemy missing right.
Let's get some actual cooldown going. What else? Probably Gym of Focus. I don't think I bought this item a single time on these mages, but I can't
yeah, it
really
is.
deny that it is good.
Oh, where the fuck did he go?
Left lane.
Oh, what the
Guess
fuck?
I'm losing the tower.
Is under attack.
How do you know?
I'm
I guess?
TPing over to left.
Gank left lane. Attack.
The thing is in a wallet.
Well,
Your right tower is under attack.
how the fuck is lock level 10? Huh?
It's a mid diff.
I take those.
Fury. Your right tower has been destroyed. Retreat.
A new threshold. Enemy missing right.
Your team destroyed a left enemy tower. You there? He's like a babe. Okay. Good work.
Hey Wolfie, appreciate it.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your middle
Hope you had a good
tower
stream.
is under attack.
I am in fact not winning, my boy. I'm not winning today. I'm playing like dog shit, and the few games that have been going pretty well, we end up throwing. It's been a tragedy today. Lost about 2 or 300 SR so far.
Tipindo. Loki's gonna be done.
So now I'm just playing Giannis because it's for fun. I'm done tryharding. Have you tried winning? No, I don't think of that actually. That might work.
Attack the minions.
I was wondering.
No problem.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn, it jerked me.
Tina, no das.
Enemy has been slain.
Portal if you need to get out. Just grab some pen, otherwise front line will be rough to deal with. I'll just be here as a portal bot if that's what I need to do. It's a good tip if you think about it, you're right.
Oh yeah, my purple. Res here also.
Enemies in left. Attack fire giant.
Be right back. Be right back.
The pirate. Return to base.
5 of the purple. They can pull all.
Destroy the right enemy.
Can we check gold?
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
A new threshold.
Purple is still up on Hui, he's here.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
A new threshold.
I'm back in. Half 3k gold.
Fire giant. Return to base.
Yes. Attack fire giant.
A new threshold. Attack fire giant. I'll defend right lane.
Awesome.
A new threshold.
Guess I don't need to.
Set up an ambush here.
Get through this. Enemy spotted.
Rise watching us.
Rain shall wash them away.
I'll attack.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed
Loki down here.
the enemy tower. Enemy has been slain. tower. Let's switch it up.
Tia's under, we need to conquer.
Wash them away. Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Like a lot of it is also, especially as a solo laner, I think more than most other lanes, you rely so heavily on your team not to lose early on.
Hey, you're welcome. Okay. Okay. Fine. Got a man up. Be careful. Oh, sorry.
Quiet, please.
How you doing? Attack left lane. Hey. On my way. Return to base. Trouble. Be careful, right? No problem. Attack left lane. A new threshold.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
A new threshold.
Your middle tower is under attack. Destroy the left. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
The way. Left lane.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Attack left tower.
Enemy has been slain. Careful. Your Titan is under attack. Enemies incoming.
A new threshold. Be right back. Be right back. Attack with more fury.
Yes.
Alright. So far, we're on the right track. Let's see if we can actually finish this one.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Get the dirt. Walk it off. Group up. Dang! That's too bad.
Defend right lane.
Have fun.
A new threshold.
Your right tower is under attack.
Chase the enemy. A new threshold. Hey, enemy ultimate down. The way.
Your right tower is
A
under
new
attack.
threshold. Attack middle lane.
I challenge you.
Be careful middle. On my way.
Range
A new threshold. Completed. A new threshold. The way. No problem. Completed. I can't buy a giant. I will.
Close. Bit of a risk just doing it as a tower, but worth.
Cancel that. Attack by a giant. On my way. The way is open. I will roar. Yes. Attack by a giant. Attack by a giant. On my way. The way is open.
Jo, hallo, komm.
Cancel that.
I'm not as fucked as this shit.
Turned.
Took us too long to do Naga.
Be careful, middle. Be careful, middle. Enemies in left lane. Group up. The way is open. A new threshold. Group up. Retreat. Get through this. A new threshold. The way is open. Get through this.
I've got Nagas, but RDPC is so shit.
Could just, I guess, just go blue pyro or something. Get something.
A new threshold. Attack by a giant. Your team has destroyed the pirate.
Look, hold on.
Got ult in.
A new threshold.
I'm backing, boys. Keep an eye out.
Attack. Enemy slain. Slain an enemy.
There is one Naga here if you can take it for the fight.
Okay. Be right back. Still have charm. Retreat. Huh. Defend the fire giant. On my way. Defend. Ultimate is down. On my way. Defend.
Are they on it?
No.
The way is open.
Looky there.
Loki's alone right now.
Let's switch it up. Get through this. Enemy spotted. I'll defend middle lane.
She dashed.
You're alone. Then I fall.
Careful, don't overcommit. We need some more wards as well.
I mean, why are we like online now? Oh, chop.
I mean, can we stop chasing shit? We need to poke, not to chase.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. The pyromancer has arrived.
Yeah, here it comes, boys. Time to throw. This has been my life today so far.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
A new threshold. You just gotta take it one game at a time.
Guess they had vision somehow. See if I can get to finish segment in time. Would be nice for some poke.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Enemy spotted. Get through this. Enemy spotted.
I'll defend.
Woohoo! I reward. A new threshold. Get through this. Enemies in middle range. A new threshold. Enemy spotted.
Loki's on right.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your left phoenix is under attack.
I jump. Sin ult.
We just defend left. Oh, it's just...
Look, ult down.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
I'm getting turreted. Hello? Like, I don't know. There as well.
I don't know why we're on the right now.
Been destroyed. Your middle
I'm literally alone in left for some reason.
phoenix is under attack.
A new threshold.
You are all the front line I've got, and you were on the opposite side, so they just walk at me.
Your titan is under attack.
Get my chuck stop online. Like,
Yeah, my chat with Blink is walking up to Athena.
There it is. I absolutely knew we were gonna throw it. Let's see if they can end in 10 seconds.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix. Your titan is under attack.
Athena has actually been the bane of my existence in these games today. It's insane. Athena's been picked today, more today than like the last fucking month overall in my games. It's really wild. And she has almost every single game been the reason why my enemy team is winning. Granted, people are just walking up getting taunted, but still. Guys, I don't want to end on a loss. Okay, I will just try one last fucking time. But I'm giving my dog some food. That's what I'm gonna do. Be right back, boys. Alright. I also probably will not be streaming tomorrow, so I guess I'll do this one last game. Actual last game. In honor of that. Also, what the fuck is this event? I don't get what the point is. You're telling me I have to farm these fucking candies? 100 of them? To get one of those things? And I need how many? 3? What the fuck? That seems strange. Like, even if you have a month, it still feels like that's a lot. But maybe that's just me. Suppose I'm also not playing to pick them up. You can probably get a lot of those in a single match. Excuse me. Do I just round it all the way back and playing Milan again? So far, that's the only character today that's actually worked out for me. Crazy world.
Select your god.
Hello, Poseidon. How goes the games? Pretty much as bad as they could be today. Every single game is a loss, except for the first 2 games. And I'm like, how many games in? Like 7? So I'm on a bit of a losing streak. But yeah, Dutch, same with me. This is why I stopped, quote-unquote, trying my best, because it doesn't fucking matter. It feels like, even if I come back from the shit lane that I have had, we still somehow end up throwing the game. It's been happening 4 games in a row for me now. Legitimately. Even the other lane games where I kind of played like shit in a lot of my games today. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. But I came back throughout the late game in those games, and we were in the winning position. But suddenly, someone gets caught, or we take a bad fight, or whatever the fuck it may be, we end up throwing the game. At this point, I'm expecting it. I'll be surprised if it doesn't happen. This game, though, I do think that I will see if I can go hybrids. See with Yorm again, though.
Tsukuyomi.
I'm that guy on Thana again. I've been dealing with another, and this. I guess they must be duo queuing. That's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, it's just the fucked up matchmaking that we keep being on different teams. This time, beats. Absolutely beats. Oh, it's Ragnar on that as well. What do I even buy? I guess I still have to go Devos, otherwise I just won't have any power. Or it's definitely the best thing I can go with in terms of just getting some raw power. After that, probably Sanguine. Then a Shifters. Then maybe a something else.
Inspiring.
Inspiring. Came out with Smite because we won 2 and started losing, and I felt my soul dying. Yeah, it's rough when it happens a lot. Like, I just kind of love the game, so when I lose a lot, like, it's demoralizing, but it's not like I dislike playing the game, you know? I'm in need of a win. In ways, it makes it worse for me, because then I crave a win. Like, right now, if I won my last game, I wouldn't have done another game. I would have been satisfied with that, and I would have ended my stream. Granted, at this point, I'm running out of time, and I do have to, you know, make dinner and all that stuff, so I don't want to do that too late, so I will definitely make this one my last, but, I mean, I hope I fucking win. Otherwise, I'm just gonna end the stream very unsatisfied. That's called addiction. What I'm actually addicted to is Hollow Knight Silksong. That's the real addiction that I'm suffering from right now. Oh my god, if only I was level 2. That was the easiest kill of all time, but my minions are ass. Is that aspect? It's not aspect. Like, I should be able to win this lane into Ragnar, who I don't think ever plays solo in any shape or form. Ah, my bad, boys. I'm sorry. Fuck, you missed it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Mostly I'm disappointed in myself.
Enemy has been slain.
Hell, streamer. You're right.
The rain shall wash them away.
You're right.
How dare they lay a hand on me?
How dare they lay a hand on me? Everyone is ages. I hate this game. Fucking, my enemy Yorm has ages, bro. This fucking item. Warriors actually does feel kind of nice on him, and I don't feel like I'm in need of the regen from Bluestone, but the poke is real nice. Since you're poking so much anyway. It does hurt the clear though.
Take this jungle bomb.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he also went Bluestone. We'll see how this one ends up going when he finishes Golden Blade. That's kind of the big item for him.
Stay composed. Do not let them see you waver.
Enemies in the left jungle. Ultimate is down.
Right tower is under attack. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Now it doesn't look very good anymore. All our kills are pretty much on me at the moment.
is under attack.
Magetsu, burn bright.
Defend the Gold Fury! Defend the Gold Fury! Enemies at the Gold Fury!
Curses. Ultimate is down.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Solo Ragnar one inside. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that he doesn't play it along, which is fair. Why would you? This role sucks right now.
Watch your step.
Not competitively, but for ranked, I still feel like it sucks. And that it just doesn't feel good. Roll! Like, the role itself is good, I would say. I could just play all the OP stuff. I could just play Bologna every game. Like Bologna, Modred, Cabrakan, like all the fucking annoying tanks, Odin. Nah, I guess I don't want it back. Just gonna wait for my TP.
This won't miss. Magetsu, burn bright.
Yes.
Enemy ultimate down. I am divinity. Fall before me.
They're all really low.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I gotta get some kind of cooldown. Hydra's probably nice for poking here.
Refreshing.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Oh, how
Enemy has been slain.
Watch your step.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, at some point we gotta know where this trio is. They keep running together and just controlling the game.
Your right tower is under attack.
Just go straight on gold when it spawns. We have to get something out of this, otherwise we just gotta lose.
Your right tower.
Should at least have a gap kill? No? Eventually, I'm sure he dies.
Right tower is under attack.
They TP'd left, camp behind.
Yes. On my way. Behind us.
An enemy has been slain. Attack! Attack! Your right tower is under attack. Up closer.
My Getsu burn bright. Dare they lay a hand on me?
Cancel that.
Attack the gold fury. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That was I'll defend right lane. Watch your step.
I do have 3 lash stacks as well. I might just look for a fight on Yorm. Well, I should probably do that anyway. I think I win the trade.
This won't miss.
Okay.
Shingetsu. My Getsu burn bright.
Flames back. We need wards. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
I guess I gotta stop fighting Yorm. My bad, I guess I'm gonna stop fighting Yorm. Every time I try to fight, I can't use my advantage because apparently they just have better rotations and people that can actually take advantage of. We really just sundered him?
Your team has destroyed a left and the enemy team has
We actually sundered the Yorm. At least get the kill then, please. For the love of God. He didn't even get the kill, bro. Oh my god.
That's too bad.
It was probably down at the time. Like, sundering him there was just such a bad idea as well. It's not like getting Yorm would make a difference anyway. Yorm is not the issue. Let's try and steal fire instead. I'm also pretty sure, like, once I start playing on my ult will have so much fucking easier time than my main. Because I don't play solo on my ult. I try to play different stuff and just play things that I'm bad at. Guess I should help mid. So I try to play like jungle and like mid and stuff. I probably won't play support just because I cannot fucking be asked to play support. That shit's just not fun to me in Smite 2.
tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
I also keep forgetting about the aspect. I don't see anyone else play the aspect yet, because he's obviously always banned. I keep fucking forgetting it exists. I should try it. I've gotten this character 3 times today.
Enemies in right lane.
At least my little chase stopped him from getting a Phoenix. But I think this one is kind of cooked unless something big happens. Like, no one can deal with the Merlin and the Thanatos for some reason. It's been like this every single game today.
Your right tower is under attack.
Now I just gotta try and get some farm, I guess.
Your step.
So I can actually play the game. I kinda also just gave up on playing a brawler build. Or a hybrid build.
Magetsu, good light.
Enemy spotted.
Don't actually know where they are. I'll just back. You're on 1 HP. Merlin is half. It's not a fight, I just don't know where anyone else. No one's saying anything.
Defend the fire giant.
Good luck.
We just also, yeah, it's fucking cooked. It's cooketh.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the fire.
There's that hope that we need. If they're still around, my ult's coming up soon.
On my way. I am divinity.
I mean, okay.
Like a jaguar.
Guess not. He just fucking died as I went in there. Okay, I mean, great. We lost fire on the 2 people who had fire on. Hope straight out the window instantly. I was trying to press my 2 with it also being down. I was just out of it, I guess. Should maybe have gotten Titans here.
Team has destroyed the gold fury.
What is that? Is that what people build on Yorm? Fatalis? Surely he doesn't even need it. Bro, I'm back to being level 17 again. Every game I feel like this happens. I start dying a lot when I reach level 17. That's when the enemy team gets fire. That's when my team no longer feels like that we can fight back. There's just no farm to take either. If your lane is so pushed. They're probably gonna go right because the tower. So I guess I can't even walk up or
Enemy
anything.
team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
Looks like they might be fighting around mid though. That's good, then I can push. I can probably still fight Yorm to be real, just because of what he's built.
Retreat left lane.
Getsu, burn bright.
Be careful.
Watch your step.
I don't know, it's who he is just baiting here.
Gank.
Enemy
Cancel that.
spotted.
Wait! On my way.
Gank, middle lane. This won't miss. Getsu, burn bright.
Like right there, I think it's just a good idea to ult him, because no matter what, he should die. Even if he ages us, that should give us enough time to at least finish him off in the ult. Or while his ult is charging up. How was the worm doing? Hopefully we don't lose our jungler here. I think we lose our jungler here. Let's finish that shit up.
Wait.
Be careful.
No problem. Be careful.
Be careful. Be careful. Be careful.
The pyro has arrived.
Gank.
Attack. Group up.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Shigetsu, strike. Okay.
I mean, I just don't think I can do anything. I don't think we can do anything, man.
Your middle Phoenix has been
This,
destroyed.
like, the mid duo in the jungle and mid, every single game these last 4 games have gotten so fucking fed. And they rotate together to gank solo multiple times without any repercussions. It's crazy. It's crazy to me that they just have that much control every single game.
Defeat.
Oh well. That will be it though. I don't really have the time for it. Like I don't in this game I don't think I could have done any more than I did. I couldn't have won my lane any harder than I did either. It's just... Yeah, it's cooked today. It's fine though. I know the old will have more fun probably. I will say this: what I'm surprised by when I play on my old is that there's actually different people almost every game, which is crazy. High level ranked is dead. Low level ranked is not dead. Even if the queue can take a while sometimes. Alright. Depressing day, but thanks for watching, guys.